the hustle and bustle of giving and getting, it's so easy to overlook the true meaning.
Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Exosonic Show. Today we're gonna just do a formatted stream where it's gonna be 1 hour, when it's gonna be a 1 hour freeform. Then we're gonna have 1 hour dragons, and then 2 hours of Soul 3000 game development. So that's what we're doing today. We're gonna try to stick with that format. So my question is, how was your day? Was your day good? I'm hoping your day is going pretty good. Today's Friday. It's the end of the week. I'm gonna try to relax a little bit more in the stream. As much as I can. Let's take a minute. Let's have a minute of silence. Guys, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I actually had a little bit. My eyes feel tired. My eyes feel tired. I feel like literally to go to sleep right now. So I live next to a McDonald's, so I went and got a milkshake, and hopefully that gives me some energy to do this stream. Nice gulping animation. How's it going, Mason? How's it going? I'm glad you're here. Maybe you don't see the gulping animation because I talk a whole lot when I'm hyper. You guys get me hyped up in here. Why not coffee? Or instead of a shake? I had coffee earlier, so I'm trying not to do too much caffeine. I don't drink like strong coffee. I drink more like milk with a touch of coffee in it. Actually, to be honest, I'm more of a latte kind of guy. Coffee latte. So that's like, a really light latte also. But mostly like frothy milk and, nice coffee, and a little more on the sweet side. And it's always warm, I don't do the ice stuff. I don't do a whole lot of iced coffees. I haven't had iced coffee in months. And in real life, I don't drink as much coffee as this bear does. Oh yeah, caramel lattes, the full works. Sometimes they put almond milk in there, or coconut milk, or you could do all kinds of stuff, or just regular milk, whole milk. I like regular creamy whole milk. No, just the cartoon version of me does. So, a little story behind why I'm a greenish bluish bear. I guess you could call me green bear. Drinking coffee. The reason why this is my animation, it's a homage. Believe it or not, this is an homage to the movie Office Space. Have anyone out there seen Office Space? If you have seen Office Space, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So we have the freeform first hour. So while let's start that off. And while I'm working on the I'll just do anything during the freeform, right? So if nobody has any suggestions or anything for me to check out, I'll literally be retopoing during the freeform, and then after that 1 hour dragons. So we're going back to the formatted version of the show here, at least on Friday. Okay, let's go. Okay, we have 3D code. I'm gonna open the superhero, and I'm gonna start this retool point, and I'm gonna talk about Office Space. So Office Space is a movie, and a matter of fact, let's bring up a clip of Office Space here, and then you would see why. Take a good look at me right now with ex Nikki drinking the coffee and smiling. Now, if you're a fan of Office Space, you'll know exactly what I mean. So there's a guy in Office Space called Limburger or Lumberger or something. Yep, Lumberg. Yeah, that's the guy. He always he does this thing where he says okay. It's literally a thing. I'll show you some images. Does this look familiar? Right there. Lumberger comes by with his cough. Like the teacher from South Park. Yeah. I think South Park may have gotten it from this guy. Comes over. And it's like, where's my TPS reports? Like literally, the reason why I found a lot of people don't get Office Space the movie, but the reason why it was funny to me because I worked in an office I worked in offices all my life except for the new job that I have now. And it's basically everything that was going on in this thing. I experienced all of it. Oh my gosh! Let's see if we can get a clip. This will. Hopefully, I might get copyright strike, but I think it might be worth it. Let's see. Did you get the memo? Okay, guys, Office Space. Let's check it. Copyright strike, please don't. I know I'll get hit for copyrights. Okay, let's do it. Innotech. That's the name of the place. Let's go.
Hello, Peter. What's happening? We have sort of a problem here. Yeah, you apparently didn't put one of the new cover sheets on your TPS reports.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry about that. I forgot.
Yeah. You see, we're putting the cover sheets on all TPS reports now before they go out. Did you see the memo about this?
Yeah. Yeah, I have the memo right here. I just forgot. But it's not shipping out till tomorrow, so there's no problem.
Yeah. If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. And I'll go ahead and make sure you get another copy of that memo. Okay?
Yeah, no, I have the memo. I've got it. It's right.
Hello, Phil. What's happening? I came by here yesterday.
14,000 Spanish points to be discovered in a Spanish shipwreck off the coast of
Milton.
Spain.
Hi.
Milton.
Could you turn that down just a little bit?
Well, I was told that I could listen to the radio at a reasonable volume from 9 to 11.
Yeah, no, I know you're allowed to. I was just thinking maybe like a, personal favor.
Well, I told Bill that if Sandra's going to listen to her headphones while she's falling, then I should be able to listen to the radio while I'm collating. So I don't see why I should have to turn down the radio because
all right, okay.
I enjoy listening at a reasonable volume.
Thanks.
From 9 to 11.
Milton.
Hi, Peter. What's happening? We need to talk about your TPS reports.
Yeah, the cover sheet, I know. Bill talked to me about it.
Yeah. Did you get that memo?
Yeah, I got the memo, and I understand the policy, and the problem is just that I forgot the one time, and I've already taken care of it, so it's not even really a problem
I've been
anymore.
through stuff like this already, guys.
Yeah. It's just we're putting new cover sheets on all the TPS reports before they go out now, so if you could go ahead and try to remember to do that from now on, that'd be great. All right.
Yep, Office Space. That's it, man. How about this part in Office Space? Office Space has all the great classic parts. You gotta watch. I don't want to sell the movie out. The movie is actually really, really, really good. It's so good that they made two shows based on the movie, right? So that's the movie. So the two shows they made based upon that movie were big hits in the UK and the US. It's called The Office, right? So The Office is a spin-off, was inspired by that movie. The Office. So they made like a series. They made two series. Yeah, The Office. The British one is a lot funnier than the US one. The US one I don't get, but The Office, the British version of the British series, is actually really, really, really funny. So, and it has this famous comedian now. What's his name? Ricky Chavez, or I forgot his name. Yeah, this guy. He's really, really good. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you guys know about this comedian. You guys must know about this guy. This guy is like absolutely funny. Oh, let's see here. The Office UK. So that movie was so popular. That movie made me feel better about going to work when this movie came out. So when the movie came out, Office Space, that we just watched, it made me feel better about going back into the office and working because I just laughed at everything. Top 10 Office UK moments. Let's check this one out, and then that'll be it about it. So this is the TV series based upon the movie. The movie has a lot more to it, guys. It's like the movie. If you haven't seen the movie, go see it like right now. And then you're gonna come back and be like, "Oh my gosh, Nick, that was so funny." Let's see here. The Office Space top 10 funniest lines. Yeah, the UK. Okay, let's check here.
It's a bit cheesy and a bit 80s, but I think a lot of the ideas are still.
Yeah, this
still
guy
pretty
here,
valid.
he's a famous
Okay.
comedian.
A good idea is a good idea forever.
Yeah.
Right, you're so clever. What am I thinking about now?
You're thinking, how could I kill a tiger armed only with a biro?
No.
You're thinking, if I crash land in jungle, will I be able to eat my own shoes?
No, and you can't.
Right. What are you thinking, Gareth?
I was just wondering, will there ever be a boy born who can swim faster than a shark?
Well, Gareth was quizmaster then, and the question was, what type of alien is Mr. Spock? And everyone put Vulcan, which is incorrect.
Alien is Mr. Spock.
Mr. Spock is half Vulcan, half human. Okay?
I'm sure he's looking forward to having a whole new group of men underneath him. Anyway, here's the man at the top of the pile, David Brent.
Right, you know you were saying there about me being the top of the pile of men, right, saying I'm gay. Right, I'm not gay. In fact, I can honestly say I've never come over a little queer.
Oh, I forgot. It's kind of R-rated, guys. It's not really R-rated. It's just mature.
I could catch a monkey. If I was starving, I'd make poison darts out of the poison off of deadly frogs. 1 milligram of that poison can kill a monkey or a man. Prick yourself, you'll be dead within a day or longer. Different frogs, different times.
Right, so would you like to tell me about your individual...
Anyway, guys, check it out. That's enough of that. Yep, but I'm definitely going to get a copyright hit for this. We'll see. Okay. Okay. Let's do some retour pouring. Unless somebody out there has something else, we're going to do this for the first hour. So right now we're 20 minutes in, so it's all good. Yeah, I was gonna do that guy's boots. Right here. You know what? Yesterday we spoke about Acon. Oh, you just finished rendering an animation and it's all black and... Oh, man. Really? Oh, that sucks. Is it animation about with your sheep, or is it something different? Yeah, that sounds like that sucks a lot. Oh, it's a curtain. Ah. Yeah, you're gonna have to look into that. Yes. Wow. Now, if you do a still render, is it black or is it just the animation? The images are black. Ah. So even if you do a still render in Blender, even that turns black. Hold on, guys. I don't know. I think it's because I've... Oh, that's why. Okay. I thought the music was loud. Okay. There we go. Let's see here. Except, you know, how Blender has its own file browser. Yeah. Or they're the same color. Wow. But if I just open the image in another program like Gimp, it's black. Oh, that's odd. Yeah, that's some odd behavior right there. And of course, you know, you could always, you know, we have the freeform first hour right here, Mason. So if you want, you could send it. And let me take a look. But yeah, that's weird. It has to be something with the settings. Try rendering. Try to see if you can render like just a single cube. You know? That would be my first test. Oh, you're trying to look it up on Reddit? Okay. Yeah, my first test would be like trying to render like a single cube. See what happens there, you know? Normally, like when you get black renders, it's normally to do with like lights and lighting and all that sort of good jazz. Nah, I had same settings for set. Ah, okay. And and Mr. Oinker's rendered perfectly, right? Ah, okay, I gotcha. Okay, guys, I'm literally chilling right now. And then, you know, up next. Should I put up next? Do we have that? Up next, 1 hour dragon sculpting. Up, yeah, next. Let's put that up there. You know what's the funniest thing? Like, I know yesterday we were talking about Akon and stuff. The funniest thing, like, when I try to think about like some music that he made, I can't think of anything. You know, I completely forget. I know he had like something called convict music or some kind of weird thing like that. But then like his name's Akon or something. But I can't remember. You know, like what is music? Smack That? Was that what that was? That a song that he made? Smack That? I think you're making that up, Mason. Really? Maybe I should have. Maybe instead of us doing like a regular stream, maybe I should have just have a hangout stream right now because I was letting you guys know. Like I was Oh no, you made that up. I knew that. Oh man, I should have a hangout stream because like I'm completely tired, guys. Like my eyes are like. Basically, I'm drinking a milkshake so I don't fall asleep, which is not good. You know, I mean, you shouldn't do that kind of stuff, right? Oh, it's really Smack That? Huh? Yeah, I never used to follow the dude. Like he wasn't like my favorite like rapper or singer or like pop artist or whatever, you know. But I remember him being very popular. Like all of a sudden, you start hearing about him, and you know, it's cool. You know, it's cool. I always think like sometimes people have good intentions, and then like somewhere along the way, they're somewhere along the way it gets lost in the hubbub. I think that happens to a lot of people. I'm not saying that I mean, there's definitely bad people out there. I mean, in terms of, you know, they don't have good intentions, right? When I mean bad people. But there's also like where somebody starts off with a good idea and they really want to help, but then somewhere along the way, things get too complex because other people are involved, and, you know, maybe that happened to him. And that whole thing, like, you know, what you showed me turned out to be a mess. I'll give him benefit of a doubt. Anyway, Smack That is a terrible name for a song. You know, like, you know, the song sucks. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's probably why it didn't stick out, because like what probably happened is like it probably wasn't really, you know, not all like rap music songs good. You know, I mean, like there's just a few. I say rap. You know, I don't think he was a rapper. He probably was more of a pop artist. Oh, wait a minute. That was Akon? Yeah. I think I remember that one. Lonely Island. That was like Lonely Island was funny. Those guys were kind of funny. Oh, yeah. Akon was in that one? I didn't know that. I thought that was all like Lonely Island. You know, I thought that was all their thing. Oh yeah. I don't think Lonely Island was fun, was serious at all. They were like a complete comedic kind of a comedic group, right? Yeah. Yeah, like they didn't have one called like I jizzed in my pants or some weird thing like that. Don't mean to be vulgar, guys. Just this is just things that was out there. Yeah, it had this one guy, Steve or something, like this one guy with a big smile, if I can remember. Yeah, he was my favorite. You know, doesn't he do different? Isn't he like do stand up now or something? I'm not sure. Yeah, me too, me too. I thought they were like the best thing. You know, I thought they was such a breath of fresh air at that time. Excuse me, absolutely. Oh, this is some music I made for a game here, guys. This right here. They make super fun, they're super serious rap songs, I think. They make fun of super serious. Yeah, that's what they were doing. You know what? Throughout the years, I went back and forth between rock music and rap music and everything else in between. You know, if we're not talking about rock or rap, like, I was a huge Bjork fan. I love Bjork. You know, and if you've been watching the show for a while, you guys probably know that. I'm not pronouncing her name absolutely correct. You know, I was a huge. Notice I said was. Some of like her most latest stuff is kind of really out there, and I don't know. It doesn't sound as creative as some of her other stuff. It just sounds strange for being strange sake, you know. You know, I like the creative side of Bjork. You know. It's kind of like I think it's kind of like you're making experimental music like Bjork and that kind of thing. And if you don't know who Bjork is, look her up. You know, she's pretty good. Her earlier stuff is amazing because I think like because she's dives into so much experimental stuff. This is my view on it. Right? She dives into so much experimental stuff that when she first started, she started kind of a little bit traditional, making traditional kind of pop music, and when she did things in that music to break the mold, it actually sounded good, you know. But now she's like, I think now I'm not criticizing her. I'm just saying what I like and what I didn't like. But now she's so experimental with some of the stuff that, you know, it has no like, I can't really it doesn't really have a foothold, or I can't really relate to some of her songs. So to me it doesn't sound good, and I like really, really strange music. So for me to find some of her stuff is not really sounding so hot, has to say something. I listen to all kinds of strange stuff. And what is so funny, right, is like most of the community for this show, you know, for what we're doing here, most of you guys are heavily into music, which blew my mind. Like I didn't think I put that out there. Like, hey, you know, let's you know, we're gonna make all this set of music or whatever, but like just most of you guys are like deep into like, you know, making music, you know. It just blew my mind. I remember the first time I heard Bjork, she just blew my mind. And I remember when I was listening to her, when she came out with an album called Homogenic, right? Homogenic. And you know, people thought she was strange. It was like, man, you know, like Bjork is like all kinds of strange. And then like a couple of years after, she put out some more. I mean, she had albums before that album, but then she came out with some more stuff, and then all of a sudden people were like, oh yeah, I listened to Bjork. I was like, no you didn't. You thought that stuff was strange. You know, all of a sudden, because it was in style, right? Because like, you know, all the fashion shows would play Bjork and you know what I used to like, guys? I used to like album covers. Do you guys? I mean, you know, if you, when I say you guys, I'm talking to anybody that's watching, that's lurking, who's gonna watch the show after the fact. You know, not just Mason. You know, not just Mason and not just King Demali and everybody else, but you. You know, whoever you are that's watching. You know, I know there's people of different ages, right? But were you ever, and this is a question for anybody, were you ever into album cover art? Now if you're really, really young, you might know what I mean by that. So like, you know, just a few years ago, you know, which was a little bit, you know, a lot of like artists used to put out like full albums, a full album full of music. You know how you have a photo album where well, you probably would know what a photo album is, but like a collection of photos. They used to make things like called CDs or records, you know, vinyl records with a collection of all the music that they would make, right? And they call them albums, right? So, and some after a while, you know, and this is a long time ago, before even I was born. After a while, like somewhere in the 60s or something, or even before that, the albums wasn't just a collection of music. They started to make like the album had a theme, right? So like, you know, say like the Beach Boys or whatever it is, you know, I'm just using an example, had an album called, wait, albums are not a thing anymore? I don't think so, Mason. I don't think albums are a thing anymore. I think like some of the really, really younger kids, they have no idea what you're talking about when you say album. They're like, what? What's that? Like photo albums is not a thing, and music, definitely music albums is not a thing. You know, a lot of people don't even know the artist that they're listening to. They just know like songs, and the song's cool, and they might like an artist, but they don't even know the artist's body of work. Like, I remember growing up, you know, like you listen to like, say like I was talking about Bjork, and then you were like, oh, I like this one song from this person. Fair enough, no big loss. I think that's a big loss, because we was about to talk about album covers. So what happened is when they made this body collection of all their music, they used to put them on a CD or a record. Vinyl records are really old. Like that's when I was a kid, and that's a little bit before my time. But CDs were, cassettes was when I was really young, and then CDs were definitely like, you know, my thing. So the CD thing didn't last for too long, because right after CDs, everything went digital, right? Digital downloads and all that. Well, CDs was digital, but you know what I'm saying. Like everything was just download on demand or whatever. which is cool too. You know, I used to have Amazon Music, and I even used to have Ubuntu One music store. Ubuntu, the Linux distribution, actually had a music store. In case if anybody didn't know that. And you could go on, when you get Ubuntu, you could go on Ubuntu One and have a bunch of different music. Wow, like where you were there was like a ton, like in the 2000s. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 90s and 2000 had late 90s and 2000 had tons of CDs. Mid to late 90s, yeah. Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. I just finished my shake. I would not do that again in the mic. Okay, now that the sugar is here, I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, I feel like a normal person. Oh man. Yeah, so they made albums. So when they put all the songs and in this collection called an album, they would actually have artists or photographers or different people make art that would go on the album, would go on this collection of music. It would go along with it. It sounds like Bane breeding. So you know Bane then. That's great. You get points from me for knowing a comic book character that arch nemesis of Batman. So see, Mason, you're already in the elite crew. I will break you. Or whatever Bane used to say. I think Bane broke Batman's back or something in the comics. Anywho's, guys. Wow. So yeah, so people used to, yeah, so they used to make these they used to make art for these albums. So when you buy the CD, or if you're really old, when you buy the records, the vinyl, or you know, or you buy the CD or the cassette or whatever you bought back then, it came with artwork on the. They didn't just put a name on the CD cover, right? The CD had cover. They didn't put just a name. Some bands did that, and some artists did that, but most of them had like art, you know, that went along with the theme of the music and the feel of the music. Kind of like how a music video was. So you had the music video, you had the album art. You had all the art that went along with the music. And to me, that was amazing. Because you get a real kind of... that's the part that I think that got lost, that I don't like. You got a real feel for what was going on. So you know what we could do, guys? Seeing that already probably got a copyright strike for showing a clip of The Office, for sure. Let's go ahead... Let's go ahead and look at some album art and some bands I used to like. And if you have anything out there that you used to like, please share it. You know, let me know. You know, I'm just hanging out right now. We're just retopering and chilling. The program that I'm in is called 3D Coat. You could do retopology, you could do sculpting, and then you could retopo your meshes in there. Kingdom, really, you made me straighten up again. And what? Water? Hydrate? Well, I was drinking a milkshake, but I'll actually drink some water because I don't want the milkshake to rot my teeth out. So you're looking out for me. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's what I needed. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Whew. Much better. King Demerly, what's up? Just hanging out here with Mason, and we're talking about album. What's up? You know, you guys knows who used to say "What's up"? You guys know who said that? Who coined that phrase? What's up? I mean, that was a basic, regular greeting. I don't know. I wish I had like prizes to hand out for some of this trivia. If you get it right, then you know you get like 25 cents from Exercise Nick or something. I don't know, or like a teddy bear or maybe a mug. Oh, Oblivion Bugs is funny. Oh, the video game? Oh, I think, you know what? I think you sent me that band already, Mason. Let's check the... Yeah, let's check the album art. I think that's the group, right? I see like maybe a thing here of one of their faces. Whoa! $79.99. What is this? Is this like a... Is this a record? This is a vinyl. Yeah, this is a vinyl. That's why it's a vinyl disc. You could try to find them for you. Okay. Oh, Oblivion bugs. Maybe like the characters are all stretchy and walking funny and stuff, or they're like inside out. Oh, is this them now? Oh, you can share it. Sure, why not? We're already into the copyrighted zone. So, with that said, you know, this I would not hold on to this stream because there comes a point where it gets so much copyright strike that I can't, you know, I can't put it out there for you guys to watch later because, you know, it'll just tank the entire stream. So, you know, if we're doing a stream, I cannot show copyright stuff. But I already did. I broke the rule. So sorry about that, guys. But in the meantime, let's have some fun. Whee! Oh yeah, look at that. That's cool. Excuse me. Wow. That's a Babylonian statue, I think, right? Well, maybe not. Maybe it's a Victorian statue. The head looks Victorian. Let's check another one out. Wow, so this stuff is kind of like very Photoshoppy, you know? I see some eyes in there and they have like horizon and some purple things. That's cool. Oh yeah, well, 90s for sure. 90s is only so much you could do with Photoshop. Yeah, for sure. What's this? Oh, this is the Oblivion bugs? Is it like inside out faces and stuff? Let's check it.
What's going on?
He's punching the horse.
Stop! You violated the law.
Oh, yeah, he started rotating back here, the bone.
Your stolen goods are now forfeit. Then pay with your blood.
That's kind of funny. But being a dev myself, it's not really that funny. It's like a nightmare watching that. It's like how is that even possible? How is the game engine even allowing that to happen? It's funny.
Yes. Oh, great and mighty Grand Champion. Is there something you need? Can I carry your weapon? Shine your boots? Back rub, perhaps?
Oh, man. This don't look so good. Oh, it's a wooden dummy, okay. Oh, yeah, there's no arrows in this thing.
You can never be too good with a bow. I know I'm not. Go to it.
It's good to be a Fighters Guild member, don't you think?
Oh! He hit the guy in the end. Yeah, ragdoll physics is funny. You know what game was kind of funny when I was playing it with the ragdolls? Max Payne. You guys ever played Max Payne, the game? Or Hitman. Hitman has ragdoll physics. Yeah, some of that stuff is funny. Oh, you played some Hitman? I remember one time I was watching my brother play Hitman, right? And we was talking, and he just walked up to a guy, and it's like, he shot him like twice with a silencer in his head, and the guy went flying across the room. I was like, it was just so funny. I was like, I just didn't expect you. Just like, you shot him like that, like twice, and the guy just went flying across the room. The guy was sitting in a chair, actually. He was sitting in a chair, and then he, like, you know, Hitman snuck up on him. And he had a silencer, you know. Yeah, it was just funny because the guy went flying across the room. I was like, oh my gosh, like, I can't believe it. Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah. Anyways, there's other game stuff that I used to laugh at, but we don't I probably shouldn't even mention it. There's certain games out there that oh my gosh. There's certain game things out there that you know, that's kind of funny. I haven't seen anything that funny since in those times. Once human. This is where my journey ends. Hold on, let's see what.
This is where my journey ends. For you, though, the road is long and dangerous. Now, give me your hand. Then go. Take with you my blessings and the hope of the Empire.
Stranger.
For the blades, you and the Emperor!
Okay. I guess maybe like if you play Oblivion, it's gonna be even extra funny.
The Emperor. I must get to the Emperor.
And they have him clapping. Yeah, that's pretty funny stuff. But again, you know, I think if like you play Oblivion, it's probably going to be even more funny. Yeah, I like the clapping animation. That looked pretty, you know, pretty cool. Yeah, I know the Emperor. I know the game is glitching. He's like, I must get to the Emperor, and he's clapping, but the Emperor is the one that, you know, that. Yeah, I get it. Like some of the stuff that used to be funny back in the day was a little sick, but back in the day, I'm not, guys, don't judge me. Like, it had this game. It's pretty much banned right now. What's the name of the game? And that random dude spawned in nowhere and just killed him. Yeah, that's crazy. How they could allow that. Anyways, I shouldn't talk about that banned game, but it was a game that got banned, thank God. And they had like a lot of funny stuff in there. That's the last time I remember laughing at anything in that game really, really hard. Why was it banned? I just have to say the name, and you know, some, if not you guys, somebody will know exactly which game I'm talking about. But it had some funny parts in there. His journey really ended there. Yeah, exactly. This guy spawned in and killed him. You know what also is kind of funny too? Like, another game that was funny. Which game now? You guys are gonna have to totally guess that one. I'm not even saying the name of it. Yeah. So, another game that was funny. Another game that was funny is it's like playing Rust. So I used to play a lot of Rust. I even had a Rust server at a point, and that was kind of funny, man. You know, there's some players come on there, they act really, really salty. You know. Nah, not that game. I know which game you're talking about. Nope, not that game. Yeah. I don't think that game was actually banned anywhere. I never played that game. My sister was watching and saw the goofy little cartoon guy and just didn't bother with, you know, like, those things don't really attract me that much. Even the game that was banned, I never actually got it. Me and my brothers almost got it just to see what it was about, but we just decided not to. We just watched videos of people. There's actually videos of the game out there, but it may be banned in some countries though. Like even the videos might be banned. But I know which one you're talking about. You're talking about Leisure Suit Larry. Yeah. Nope, it wasn't that one. Banned games. That's a good topic. Why was some games banned in a... You see, like, look at this, guys. I was about to show some album covers and get into all the artsy stuff, and so we could do album covers and we could talk about banned games. Come on, tell you. You want me to give you a hint? At least you know what? I'll give you a hint only because you tried. You ready for the hint? I have a feeling if I tell you, you're gonna like try to get the game. Let's see. Okay. The first letter. I think from the time I tell you the first letter, you'll probably get it. The first letter of the game begins with a M. There you go. You probably figured it out already. Ah, he got it. Yeah. No, he got it. He got it. Yep, that's the game. King Dumili got it off the bat. You have it for PS2? That game we used to watch clips of that stuff and laugh, man, because like the people would make clips of it, and how foolish it was, you know. But yeah, I never played that game. We just used to laugh at it. Not of the stuff that, I mean, the stuff inside of there is definitely not good, but the fact that it was so low poly, and the fact that it was kind of dumb, the premise of it was kind of dumb. We laughed at that part, but like the accent there, the gruesome accent there, we weren't on board with any of that stuff at all. But it was just funny that, you know, they tried to make it like, you know, that's all I'm saying. And we were really young too when that game came out, so, you know, again, we never played it or bought it, but we just watched videos, and it was just kind of funny. That's it. You weren't even trying to guess. I feel like Mason is quiet now because Mason is trying to get the game now. Mason, don't play that game. I definitely don't endorse that. It was over. Well, it would only be fun if you're angry with like with people in real life, and you probably like want to take out like some anger or something like that. It'll probably be funny or something, but enough funny. It'll probably be fun. Well, enough fun. Oh my gosh, I'm messing this whole thing up. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, I'm just No, yeah. I can't believe Kingdom really had that game. That's crazy. Really? Or hatred. It's like taking out your frustrations on like a boss or like I'm not done with any of that. Sometimes like you just gotta grow up and realize that you can't solve things with violence. Of the sins. Yeah. I'm not done with any of that. Yeah, any of that at all. I just mentioned it because we used to laugh at the fact that there's a developer that made something like that. That's what we laughed. It's like, oh man, look how stupid he's, it's low poly or whatever it is, and he's showing all these kinds of like things, and it's like, oh my gosh. Really? VR? Really? Yeah, that's not good, man. Like, I can imagine if you get something like that, the FBI over here will probably be watching you. They'll be like, he bought like this game. What is he really trying to do? Does he have problems? Let's keep an eye on this guy. Yeah, talking about that, we could get into like a whole thing. Like, there's some games out there you probably would not, probably is not healthy to like play them or anything like that, But the thing is with games, right? So like, if somebody put a game out there and it's terrible, and like you hear that they banned the game, right? Because it has something in there that's not good. Just the fact that it like, I think like sometimes like they should do that stuff without saying anything. Because I think what happens in the end, like people get so curious about exactly how bad it is, they go looking for the game, and the game end up becoming popular when normally it might not have been as popular, but because it's banned, all of a sudden like, ooh, we gotta check out this thing, to see how bad it is, or why they banned it for, something like that. Yeah, VR is even worse. Wow. Yeah, but you still gotta be careful, right? It's like a marketing strategy. Like the thing is, like I believe like not just games, right? Games is just one thing, but any media that like indulges like too much negative, like if there's a lot of negativity in there, especially when it comes to negative actions against other human beings, or just kind of like negative feelings and stuff, you got to be really careful, because at the end of the day, you're just a human being, and there's certain things about the human psyche that some people know, and they take advantage of it, so you just got to be careful. Again, me doing development, right? I gotta know all this stuff, right? I gotta know that, I'm not gonna try to be irresponsible with some of the things that I even try to put in anything that I'm making, whether it be a game or a comic book or anything like that. But then some people, they don't care, right? All they care about is the bottom line, the dollar, and they know if they put some things in there and spin it a certain way, they're gonna get maybe like maybe like people who are older, who know a little bit better, mightn't fall for it, but younger people, they don't know until it's like too late, you know, like, man, you know, that kind of thing. That's all I'm saying. Just, you know, sometimes even as an older person, like, you know, you could easily like, play certain games or watch certain things, and it wouldn't really affect you because like you have life experience behind you. You know, like, hey man, if I go and like hit somebody over the head with a hammer, it's like this, right? So like in some games, like you could go, like, let's take a cartoon game, right? Like a mallet, you know, and this is something I spoke with my brothers about. Like, we really talk about this stuff. So if like you have let's say a game, right? And there's a mallet and you could hit enemies over the head with it, right? You know, there's some people out there, especially when you're younger, so susceptible. You understand? Let's just say, you know, you're gonna know as an adult, right? You're gonna know that if I hit somebody over the head with a mallet, they're not gonna see stars and knock out. You could literally kill the person. Like, you could hit them in the head and like break their back vertebra in their neck, and the person could die like immediately. You know, so like, then all of a sudden you're a murderer and you're running on from the law. You know, it might be funny in a cartoon, you know, but in real, that's just an example. Like, that's, you know, I'm not saying that, you know, but not everybody. You know, I think as being an adult, you could kind of handle a little bit more. You know. You could like probably watch certain movies and it doesn't really, you know, like, man, that was sick, you know. I mean, sick in terms of like, you know, that wasn't good, and you walk away from it, and you're never gonna like indulge in it. But I think when you're young, you're a little impressionable, and sometimes you can't differentiate reality from fiction sometimes. And yeah. Anyway, that's enough of that. That's why you have the age thing on games. Yeah, that's why they put that, even if people don't care about it. Nah, yeah, I think that's important, you know. And even as an adult, like, you know, well, if you're a reasonable adult, right? I know some adults probably might not be reasonable. If you're a reasonable adult, you know, like, you know what? Even though I'm an adult and I could buy this and I could watch this or I could eat that or do that, you're gonna be like, you know what? Too much of like any one thing is not good. And as a reasoning adult, you might be like, you know what? I'm playing too much Call of Duty. You know, this is probably not a good thing. Let me take a break from this. And you know, let me take a month break from it. Like, as an adult, you'll have strength to do that, you know. And if as an adult you don't find the strength in you to do that, then you're gonna look for like help, right? You're gonna reach out to a friend. You're gonna look up online, see what other people have done to kind of break certain kind of habits that they have, you know, because you think like you play Call of Duty too much. You know, you're just gonna see that. You know, you're gonna know that you could overindulge as an adult. That's all I'm saying. But as a young person, like as a young adult or a kid or something like that, you know, it's kind of like you don't really have that in mind right off. You know, it's only as you get a little bit older you kind of look back and like, maybe I played too much of this or too much of that, or maybe I ate too much candy before bed. You know, kind of thing. Anyways, that's enough of that, you know. But anyways, yeah, that stuff is funny though. Yeah, Demila, I agree with you. That's why they have that age thing on some of those things. I agree with you right there, sir. Now, just because I try to keep the stream PG doesn't mean that, you know, I'm not an adult or whatever it is. It's just, you know, as an adult, you know, I know that, hey, it would be nice if I could reach the maximum amount of people or whatever it is, you know, with this kind of thing, you know, so I try to keep it kind of PG. And I said kind of PG because ex-Nikki, you used to play Call of Duty as a kid. I still play Call of Duty sometimes as an adult. I played once. Matter of fact, like today, I was like, man, I could really check out some Black Ops 2 or something. You know, that's what I was thinking in my head. But I was like, but then too, as an adult, you get tired and you're like, oh man, I just rather go to sleep. Does that sound pretty old? I just want to, you know, as an adult, this is what you want to do, right? You wanna just go to bed, get some sleep, and drink soup. Now that's being really old, right? The soup is tasty though. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I love soup. It's one of my favorite foods. You used to play Call of Duty as a kid, and all games that you shouldn't have been playing. Yeah. Hey, you know what? Let me ask you guys a question. Check this out. Well, I got both of you guys on here, and anybody out there who who might want to chime in. Have you guys ever played Dead Space? No. As a artist and a developer, there's certain things about Dead Space the game that really has a that I think is pretty cool. And I said certain things. I used to shoot soldiers in the balls in Sniper Elite. Oh my gosh. What is to call that? Is to call that quick scoping? Is that what they call it? Quick scope? You use the quick scope? Like where you kind of zoom in real quick with a sniper rifle and then shoot it off? Is that what you used to do? Yeah, that's some real skillful stuff. Like I have no idea how people like yourself could do something like that. I tried it and it never works. Oh, so we got a quick scoper here, huh? Very cool, very cool. Yeah, so I'm taking it that neither Mason or you King Demerly ever played Dead Space. Now Dead Space used to do some trick shots. Oh yeah? Let's see what Mason is posting. Oh my gosh! You see, that's what I'm glad I didn't open it in the main. I mean, I guess I could show it. Let's see. What game is this? It's like, oh, is it Sniper? Sniper Elite, yeah. I'm not gonna show this. You guys could check. You guys. Wow. That's crazy. Wow, that game looks pretty. I didn't realize Sniper Elite was that good. It actually looked pretty good. Okay, so that's how Sniper Elite looks. Yeah, I'm not gonna show that one though. You guys can look it up. Oh wow, yeah, the internal body shots. That's funny. Yeah, to me that's. like the clip you showed is like completely funny. I'll like be cracking up, but yeah. Oh man. So what I was trying to say about Dead Space is that Dead Space, I really admire some of the art in that game. But when that game came out, people used to be afraid to play that game. And maybe you guys haven't played Dead Space because you guys was too afraid to play it, maybe. But people people were afraid, and I think there was like clips out there of people playing Dead Space and screaming and all sorts of stuff. And to me, I was like, what's so scary about the game? I mean, I sure there's a few like kind of alien kind of stuff in there, but it didn't look, to me it wasn't a scary game as much as a game that was cool, that was very cool, because they showed some kind of futuristic stuff in there that I thought, and some space stuff that I thought was like some of the best futuristic space stuff ever, you know, like, you know. And I think that's part of being an adult, you know, like, that's why I don't watch, that's why even before I got really serious about following the Lord, before, you know, following Jesus, you know, before, you know, I still never used to watch horror movies, because like the movies never used to like really look like horror movies. Either they were like over the top and they looked stupid, or they were just boring, you know. I mean, like the things that scare me as a person is very different than probably than just watching like a horror movie or something, you know. So I think like certain games and stuff like that never used to really affect me like it would like other people or something. And I guess that's a good thing with being a developer. So that means I could probably develop all kinds of stuff and it not really, you know, I wouldn't be afraid to do it, you know. But you know, I'm going the more positive route, guys. So no horror games coming from me anytime soon. At least I wouldn't attempt to do one. You know, I mean, I have some concepts that could probably be scary for some people, but you know, what's the scariest thing that you ever encountered? You sent me a trick shot on Discord. Okay, let me check it out. Did you do that trick shot where, have you guys ever seen the one where you jump and you spin around and shoot somebody? Like in Call of Duty? I see people's doing that for me. I don't know what it's called. Oh, wait a minute. Is this Call of Duty? Hold on. Let me show you guys what Demoli sent. Let's check it out. Oh, look, you totally did it. Yeah, it's Black Ops 2, yeah. I remember this map. Yeah, you totally did, like the hit marker. Is that what you just did? Hold on. Huh. Wow, very cool. Wow. Yeah, that kind of stuff is skills that I don't have to do that stuff. Yeah, I was totally asking you guys if you know about that, and you totally did it in the video. Wow, that's so cool. What's your scariest? What? Okay, maybe I shouldn't ask that. Maybe that's getting too personal, right? I was gonna ask you guys what kind of things are scary for you? What's scary to you? And I'm just talking about in general, not just like games or just like in general. Like, what's a scary thing? The enemy was still... Was it still dummy? It was a lobby me for just cool tricks. Oh, okay, I see. So it wasn't moving, okay. Took some time. You never hit that in a real game? Yeah. Or dark wood? Like, what kind of things are scary to you guys? Like, I know some people like, you know, I know that might be personal, so if you don't want to answer, don't worry about it. But, I could tell you guys what's, you know, some things that scare me as a person, you know, or what I think is scary. And I could tell you, some things that some people told me is scary to them. I don't know. I don't get too scared with horrors. Well, for some people, like, dying is scary, right? So that's let's take that one off the table, because most people are afraid to die. You know, some people are not. Like, I'm not really that afraid to die, but dying could get scary. But let's talk about just like in general. Like, I remember this one person that I know keep telling me that they had like reoccurring nightmares of zombies. And every time he would say that, I was like, dude, like, zombies are not real. Like, why are you dreaming this stuff? You know, like, like he could control his dreams. You know, I was like, dude, that's silly. I feel bad now talking about it like this, but I told him his scary dreams was silly. You see, like, dream like zombies would chase him, and or whatever it is. So I was like, did you at least have a gun so you could, like, you know, in the dream? So I was like, and he was like, what if zombies happen? I was like, zombies are not gonna happen, because zombies are not a real thing. But I was totally wrong though, you know. I mean, I should not have been like that, you know. But at the time, I was in a different headspace, guys. We actually have some fun in horrors where I get to run and outsmart the monster. Okay. You can also train the thing you can control in dreams, right? To try someday. Yeah. Well, you know, you just gotta be careful with some of that stuff. But yeah, I get what you're saying. You know, but yeah, you know, like, I didn't realize zombies was a... I don't know why at the time when you was telling me about it, like, I mean, I could have been a lot more sympathetic, and I could have been like, yeah, man, you know, that's some rough stuff or something, you know. But I was like, zombies are not going to happen in real life, so you shouldn't be scared. I was like, what is wrong with me? And check this out. So I'm telling him that, right? But meanwhile, you know, I had scary dreams about, like, the Hulk chasing me. Like, literally, like, I had that for like a couple of years. Like, I would dream the Hulk would just pop out of nowhere and start chasing me, like, you know. And I guess it was a little scary, right? But it was more annoying than scary. After a while, the dream just got annoying. Like, why am I keep dreaming this? And I think, like, you know, maybe a psychologist or something like that might be able to say, oh, you're dreaming the Hulk chasing you because XYZ, you know. But that was a little scary. Maybe I think the only scary dream I've had is like the past 10 years. Creepy stuff. Yeah, like I remember a person was just look at me across the room and the face that deforming. Wow. Yeah. No, yeah, I could get that. You see, like me, like some years ago, be like, dude, like, why are you dreaming that? Like, that's not scary. But I'm wrong. Like, who am I to say, like, the Hulk chasing you is probably not scary for anyone out there, but Nah, yeah, I get that. Yeah, that's some scary stuff to for real. But I'll tell you my biggest like this is the one thing that I mean besides the Hulk thing I got over that. I got over that within like I stopped dreaming the Hulk thing a while now. Maybe too much comics or something. But definitely like and you guys might have a little insight if I tell you guys this, right? So the scariest thing that I've dreamt. Yeah, learn to control dreams to meet my anime wafu. No, literally that I was able to control a dream maybe 3 times ever in my life. Maybe a little bit more than that, but definitely there was 3 times. There's 3 times that I actually knew that I was in a dream and I start controlling the dream ever in my life, and that was a lot of fun. I have to admit. I was like, wait a minute, I'm dreaming. And then like all of a sudden I start doing all this sort of crazy stuff, man, because like I realized I was in a dream. Yeah, I don't, you know what, King Demuli, I haven't had a dream in a while. But what they say is sometimes you still actually dream, it's just you can't remember. That's what they say. Like when I wake up, I don't remember anything. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, in the last couple of years, the same thing with me. I did that once, but as soon as I got the realization I was in a dream, the dream ended. Oh no! Hey, you guys have alright. Let's get a little deep here with the dream stuff. You ever had a dream that was going so good you didn't want to wake up, and then like you find yourself waking up and getting pissed off? Like literally, that happened to me a few times in my life. I was like, oh my gosh, this dream is awesome. I don't want to go into the details of the dream, but you guys might know what I'm talking about. And you know, the dream is going like really cool. Completely blank. You got too excited that you were in a dream and you woke up. Yeah, like literally like you know, no, but you know what too, like I didn't realize I was in a dream, but the dream was going so good, and then I felt myself waking up and I was like, no, like this is a cool dream, why the hell am I waking up? Like I was so mad. Oh, remember a nightmare? I was dreaming and realized that I was dreaming. Okay, so I started like messing around with people. Okay. Like grab the person and tell them, hey, we are in a dream, and they're like turned into. Wow, that's interesting. And they turn into a monster. Wow. No, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, that happened to me. I remember having some really terrifying dreams, and I forced, like in the dream, I was like, this has to be a dream, and I forced myself to wake up because it was so scary. Definitely been down that road. Not sure if a monster, but like they did something really creepy. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the last set of scary dreams I had was so terrifying that I couldn't believe it was real. Like I knew at that point, like, wait a minute, I gotta wake up. And like in the dream I was trying to wake up, and I woke up and I started praying. I started praying to God, and I was talking to the Lord and stuff, and telling him I'm sorry for being a bad person and everything like that. And you know, I felt a whole lot better, and I try to be better so I don't have those dreams. You know, because like the dreams, like the terrifying dream that I have it might be terrifying for some people, right? So like the dream that I had, right? The dream that I had was a dream where Jesus returned, right? Alright, check this dream out. Check this dream out, right? So I wouldn't even say that dream. So check this dream out, right? This is a dream I had, and it felt so real, guys. Like I literally thought it happened. Like I was in the dream, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, what happened?" So I dreamed that like apparently I died, right? And I was standing like in the spiritual realm, right? So this is a dream I had. So I was in like this void, this white void. It was like a white fog. It was very clean. And I was standing with a big group of people, right? In a big bunch of people, like a group, right? And then the group started forming into kind of like a line. And at the end of the line, had a tall angel. And next to the angel, right, there's a tall angel holding a book, literally like an angel, like a tall angel with a white robe and wings, like literally like that. And next to that thing was next to the angel was a regular sized person, but you couldn't see their face. So it was two people, right? And the person who was standing there, like I had the feeling that person was Jesus. Like literally, this is my dream. And people were like talking, and everybody was kind of afraid, man. Like, not to be honest with you guys, everybody was like creeped out. Everybody was like, oh shit, kind of, pardon my French, pardon my language, excuse me. People was like, oh crap, like what's going on here? So eventually the big crowd of people started forming this line, right? So it's a long line to the angel and where Jesus was standing, right? You couldn't see his face though. You couldn't see the angel's face. No, you could see the angel's face, but you couldn't see Jesus's face, right? So like whatever we were doing in the group, we were talking and people, whatever they was doing, like at some point they couldn't stall. Like I feel like people was trying to stall entering into the line, but no matter what happened, you eventually entered into the line. Like you couldn't hold back. And so everybody was creeped out. So like what was going on in the dream, right? So I looked ahead, right, in the line, and the angel was talking. The angel opened the book and he was showing Jesus. Like he was pointing at, like a person was standing in front of the angel and Jesus or whatever. I'll call him the man, right? So I didn't know it was actually Jesus, right? And you can't dream anymore. Is there a way to fix dreams? I'm not sure. Like, I think maybe it could be like just being overly tired and you don't remember your dream. I think that's what it is. Like, I haven't dreamt in like a while now, like a long time. Yeah. So anyway, let me just kind of wrap up wrap this up. So this dream was really scary, right? It's fine not to dream though. Yeah. It's fine. It's cool. But I think they say I think they say you actually dream is just as not important enough to remember or something. But so yeah, in this line, so I'm standing there now. So I'm looking ahead to see what's going on, right? So you see, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, man, this was nuts. So most of the people, the person standing in front of the angel and the Lord or whatever, the angel was pointing at the book, right? That he had in his hand. Right, and then the Lord was looking at the book and he was kind of rubbing his chin, and he's shaking his head, okay, and he was saying but you couldn't hear what was being said because it was far back in the line. He was kind of okay. And sometimes he was smiling and look at the person standing in front of them, right? And then other times you kind of frown a little bit and nah, kind of thing. Dude, literally, you see there was a lot of people crying and stuff, man, in front of people were crying, and then the angel would point to one side, and then the person would go there and whoosh, they would disappear below the ground, below the fog or whatever it is. And you had a mind that they wasn't going anywhere fun, right? This is my dream, guys, right? The person you wasn't, they're just drop below the cloud layer, right? You wouldn't see them anymore. And that wasn't fun. And then the other people, he would point to the other side, and they would kind of walk off, right? They would kind of walk off. They didn't look happy or sad, but they just kind of walked off into the fog. And you could tell that maybe they they were going somewhere a little bit nicer, right? That's what you could tell, right? So I was like, man, so it's coming up to my turn, man, and like half of the people, man, were just crying, and they were going down they're going below, right? And you know, and it was my turn, right? Eventually it came up to me. So of course now I could hear everything, right? So so the angel was like, hey, this is Nick here. Let's see what's going on with Nick. And then Jesus kind of looked up at me like you know, like he has his head down, but his eyes looked up like by his brow. He kind of looked at me, you know, and he was kind of like, okay, let's see. So some things he looked at and he was like shaking his head, like, okay. He was like that, like, okay. And the angel was like, oh yeah, look at this here. And the Lord was like, okay. And then after, like, he pointed at some other stuff, and the Lord was like, this is what the Lord did, man. Like check it out. You went like this. Ah, boy, nah, that's not too good. Just like that, man, bro. My heart sank when I heard that. He was like, nah, yeah, let's see what else. And he's like, that's all. He was like, that's all. Like my stuff for sure. I was like, there has to be more in there. I was like, dude, I looked at the angel. I was like, dude, find more right now. Find more good stuff. And the Lord looked at me, and he kind of literally shrugged. He literally shrugged and put up his hands like he's shrugging, and he kind of had his head tilted, like, sorry, bro. He was like, sorry, bro. Just like that, bro. Like, he's like, sorry, bro. You gotta you can't come with me. You can't come. You gotta go somewhere. And I was like, bro, like, guys, I started to cry. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, I'm sorry. And he's like, yeah, I know you're sorry, but this is not the place for that. Your sorry doesn't really count here. You see, if he was on Earth, yeah, your sorry would have counted. Just like that, bro. And he was like, man, you gotta kind of go over in that side. And bro, and guys, I was like I didn't want to go over to that side, and like literally I was like, this has to be a dream. And guys, like I don't even know if it actually happened or not to this day. Like, I just woke up and I started to cry, and I was like, oh my god, that was like the scariest thing ever, man. Like, oh my gosh. I was like, this stuff is real? Like, that's how I felt. But anyways, I digress. Okay, I went on for too long. But that was the scariest dream I ever had so far. I mean, I had probably one or two other scary stuff. Like, I dreamt that wasn't exactly that, right? So that's story I told you, probably for those who don't know, right? So for some people, that story would sound religious, but it's not. It's just literally a dream I had. But I had other dreams that could kind of be in that realm, but it's very futuristic, right? So I will tell one more dream before we do anything else. Just one more. And it's not going to be as long, right? I literally dreamed, just so that you guys know I'm not biased or anything, right? Hey, what's up, Spencer Magnuson? And just in case if you guys haven't heard, I just want to say hello and ex-Nikki also. Well, yeah.
Konnichiwa!
There you go.
Konnichiwa! Konnichiwa!
Yeah, Spencer, you remember having spiritually lucid dreams? It's wild. Yeah. That dream literally, I thought it literally happened. Like, I think it did to some degree. And I think I got a second chance. Yeah. I'm sorry. I promise I'll fix it. Alright, next stream, we're not going to do any konnichiwas unless it's fixed. There you go. Let me put it. Alright, check this out. I'm going to be serious. I'm going to put it on the list right here. See. Happy birthday. Straight next Nikki's face for screaming in your ears. Oh man. To do. Oh, look at that. I have an ex-Nikki dancing. Oh my gosh. I got so much work to do, guys. In the end, I put so much work on here that I don't do anything in the end. Okay, so let's... which is bad, right? See, ex-Nikki, make hello not so loud. Oh, you like my notes? Okay. Oh my, if I could only there you go. Okay, so that's gonna happen. Alright, so no more no more air damaging. Okay, so do you guys want to hear my last dream? It's a little more futuristic. Oh no. I think after telling the dream about being in a spiritual plane with an angel and Jesus is probably too much for some people. Yeah, that's my nightmares though. Those are like nightmares, right? Okay, I'll tell you one more. This is the last one. And we'll change the topic, right? Are you gonna go to sleep, King Dimoli? Okay, well have a good night then. Oh, you're good with it, Spencer Magnuson? What? We're having fun today. Okay, this is the last one. This one is epic though. And I think I actually drew this one. I wonder if I have the drawing of this one. Okay, see you later. See you later, King Dimoli. Oh, you know what, guys? So I had a series of dreams that was so vivid and so spiritual. I actually drew them. Believe it or not. Now that we're talking about this, so the one I'm about to tell you is one of the ones I drew. I can't remember all of it off the top of my head, but I did write it down and I did draw it. Okay, see you later, King Dimuli. Have a good night. Sleepy tight. Oh, we're talking about dreams and King Dimuli's gonna go to sleep. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that you guys are a different time. Okay, so this is the last one, right? So in this one, in this dream, I died, right? I was all right, so let me start the dream off. In the dream, I was resurrected to life, right? So you know when you die, well, you wouldn't know, right? Because you're alive now. So like in the dream, I woke up, right? And when I woke up, right? And eventually I realized like I was resurrected to life, because check this out, right? So when this is how the dream started. Black, nothing, right? Like black, right? I just became slowly aware that I'm awake, and then I heard a voice call my name. So the voice did like this, Nicholas, and I felt like I was awake, and I opened my eyes, and it was I was underwater, right? So around me was like underwater and that kind of thing, right? And then I was like, I started my body, like I was underwater, but I could breathe underwater. Like I could breathe. Like I wasn't drowning. I wasn't drowning under the water, right? So Nicholas is my actual name, by the way. You guys probably know that. That's why you call me Nick. Anyways. So I woke up underwater, right? And as soon as I woke up, I got like information right into my head. Like I was like, you were dead, you're resurrected, this is a different time on Earth, kind of thing. That wasn't like downloaded into my brain. Like I knew all of that. And what happened after that is that my body itself felt like amazingly strong. Like I've never felt anything like that ever. Like I was underwater, I wasn't drowning, but I felt like I was breathing like oxygen, but it was underwater. And I felt amazingly strong. So much so under the water that I literally looked up, like, I was like deep underwater, whatever it is. And I looked up and I saw like light, like, like the sky or whatever it is under the water. Like I could see really well. And I just jumped. I jumped underwater and I flew like right out of the water, right? And I flew out, and as soon as I flew out of the water, I was in like this metropolis. It was like the city, it was like a city, guys. And it had like tons of people, like all around me. There's like, so like I was like on a dock or something. You know what it looked like? It looked like Akon City. There you go. Well, it didn't look exactly like that. It looked close to that. It was like a futuristic city. Like literally, I woke up I come out of the water and I was like underwater. I knew you would like that one, Mason. I predicted it. No, I'm making a joke. But it was a futuristic city, right? And it was bright and it had like tons of people. Everybody there looked young. It was like everybody was in the 20s or something, right? There was, I look around, there was not, and I was, guys, literally, if I flew out of the water, guess where I was? I was floating in midair above the water, looking at these people, and they all stopped. All these people stopped like on the sidewalks, wherever it was, and they were looking back at me because I came out of like the ocean or something, you know. And the city was like right up along the ocean edge, and there was all kinds of futuristic stuff going on. Like some stuff I could barely describe. Like the buildings were all like made of a different material that would look very illuminated. It was really nice looking. A lot of white and green and, you know, just like future like metals and all kinds of weird stuff. And I'm looking at them and I'm floating and I'm feeling like, I was naked, by the way, right? I was naked and I was looking at them and I feel like I was mega ripped. I was ripped like Superman. I literally felt like Superman, a naked Superman that came out of the water, looking down on these people. These people looking at me, they started to point and they were like, hey, that's one of the, hey, look, we have another person that resurrected. That they had a name for it that they were saying, but they were saying like, hey, this is another person resurrected or something like that. And I was like, what are they talking about? And then then I hear them saying, hey, there's something on the bottom of the ocean floor. Can you get it out for us? You know, like I just giving you guys a gist. And they and I was like, sure. So I went to the bottom of the ocean and I saw like this big black aircraft that looked like the aircraft looked like a black project. You guys know about this stuff? You guys know about black projects in aircraft, black projects and stuff like that? You guys know about that stuff? If you don't know, look it up. But it was like you know, like the SR-71 I think was like part of that. You know, so it was like this futuristic triangles. Yeah, like the B-2, yeah, like the SR, yeah, that kind of thing. So it looked like a black project ship. It was like a really high-tech looking ship, but it was a triangle. It was like literally like almost like it was like a flying wing. And it was huge. It was massive. But I looked at it. I went down. I was back in the water because these people asked me to go take it out of there. And I reached under like the silt or whatever it was lodged into. And I could just lift the thing up like it was no big deal. I mean, I felt like my muscles tense and all that, but it wasn't such a big deal. And I flew back up with it slowly, came out of the water with it, and I had it over my head like Superman, basically. And the people were clapping and cheering, and they're like, yeah, we got one of these guys, you know, and he's part of, you know, he's from our area or something, you know, like, well, you know, he could do all this kind of stuff for us. I was like a Superman or God or something. You know, and I took the thing and I don't know what I did with it. I just like destroyed it or crumpled it up or something, got rid of it. And yeah, the dream went on to a bunch of other things, but basically that was the dream. Like I was resurrected, you know. So it was nuts. So I told that one just to kind of, you know, put a nice spin on the one that was kind of scarier, me being denied by the Lord. You know, I don't like stuff like that. That stuff really is not, yeah. That's if anybody asks you, like, hey Nick, what are you scared of? I always tell them like for the Lord to like say, for him to say no to me, you know, like I don't know what I would do, you know, if I was to ever meet him. Or if he was ever to return and be like, yeah, man, like, nah, you're not really, you know. he didn't cut the mustard, I'll be like, oh my gosh, that's terrible. You know, I don't know what I would do. Other than that, I'm not really afraid of anything. Eh? I said not really. Yeah. Okay, guys. Beat that horse to death, right? So what am I doing right now? I'm chilling. I'm doing retopo on a superhero boot right here. The superhero guy. Exchanging stories of you know, dreams and stuff. Scary dreams. Hulk was scary though. And the funniest thing about Hulk chasing me, Hulk is actually one of my favorite characters. I think the Hulk is pretty cool. Now, let's change the topic a little bit. Like, what was one of your favorite movies? Anybody out there, it doesn't matter. Like, what movie did you think, like, really... What was a favorite movie of yours? And what movie that let you down? I recently saw King Kong versus... the King Kong and Godzilla thing. I saw the newest one that it released, and it was pretty good with Godzilla with the... No, it was King Kong with a robotic arm kind of thing. It was really kind of like a brace over his arm. That wasn't bad. The effects on that was pretty good. What else? And then I saw Godzilla minus... I think it's Godzilla minus zero or something. That was the best Godzilla movie I've ever seen. No, Godzilla -1. I think that's the name of it. Okay, almost reaching a point with us here. Hot take. A little disappointed in Inside Out 2. Oh no, was that not good? Was Inside Out 2 not good? Oh man. I think I heard something like that. I think people were saying things like that. I didn't know if that was true or not. Oh, that sucks. It seems like a lot of these studios are running out of ideas. You know why? Because they're not hiring the right people. I'm just joking. But yeah, that sucks though. Go figure, huh? Oh, you've seen it, Spencer Magnuson? Yeah, Godzilla -1. Yeah, man, that caught me by surprise. I mean, there's so many cool things about that to talk about. Like, it's not even funny. What was one thing that stuck out to you, if you can remember the movie? Like, what was one thing that you could say, okay, that was cool, or you admire about the movie? You just love how much they tie the theme, character arcs. Oh yeah, man. That, oh my gosh, yeah, you're right. So they kind of started it. Yep. Most movies are a lot of fluff, right? But this was super focused, yeah. I wouldn't want to sell the movie out to anyone out there who hasn't seen Godzilla -1. But I'll put it to you this way: it followed a guy, right? It's Godzilla from the perspective of a guy, right? And his to begin with, the guy's dynamics with his family and things that happened is by itself is an interesting movie. So that's the first thing that they got right. They made the human character, the human drama, so interesting that that it didn't need Godzilla, you know. And then they added in Godzilla after this guy being so interesting and his story so interesting. They added the Godzilla factor in there. And the way they did Godzilla graphically was like how he looked kind of like the man in the costume, but more realistic, like a lizard. And he looked completely terrifying. Like there were some scenes where Godzilla would kind of watch, where you get a kind of front shot of him, like they would zoom in to see his face, and I was like, oh my gosh, that thing is scary. You know, I don't, you know what? Let's see if we could find an image of that. Yeah, they had a physical model of Godzilla for the movie, along with CG. Oh, is that how they did it? I thought it was all CG. Look at, oh my gosh, look at this thing, guys. This is what I'm talking about. When Godzilla looks close to almost like into the camera, he looks so menacing. I was like, that thing looks like it was gonna freaking like rip you to shreds. Look at that face. Ah, it's a face only a mother could love. A Godzilla mom, that is. Look at that. I was like, what the? Oh, it's based on the OG one? Yeah, this is based on the guy in the suit, right? Yeah. Which is so cool. They took that and they just like made it look like a realistic CG thing. I mean, it's awesome. I like it. The eyes, you know how they kind of gave it. They didn't give him weird computer eyes. They gave him like natural, almost human looking eyes. So it's just like wow. And then the mouth with all the teeth in there, and this is the way they did it. Like when he would look almost into the camera, and he was a villain, right? So Godzilla wasn't trying to be a superhero in this one. You know, like the original one, Godzilla is a menace. So they kept that motif, him as a menace. So when you watch the movie, it's going to feel a little bit different from all the other ones that you've seen. You know, because he only serves the purpose of the story of the one guy. And it all worked. It all worked. They did a pretty bang-up job on it. A pretty awesome job. And that's what you get when you actually... when actual artists and good story writers and storytellers and everything actually work on a project, you get really good results, you know. And they're not really hiring people based upon their LinkedIn status, I don't think, right? Anyways, that's me being disgruntled. Anyways, it's all good, guys. It was a good movie. Look at the shot here. Inside Out was a letdown. That almost... Wait a minute, who made Inside Out? That's Disney, right? That almost doesn't surprise me. Like at this point, or Pixar, yeah, Pixar, Disney. There you go. That almost does not. Pixar hasn't put a good movie out in a minute. What was the last good Pixar movie? Was it like I thought Buzz Lightyear was kind of okay. What was their last really good movie? I can't remember. It was like Toy Story, like 4 or something. Monsters University, that was a good one. I didn't watch that one. I didn't think it would have been good, but yeah, it probably is pretty good. I'll check it out. You know, no, they had a few good hits in between. Hold on. There were some newer ones. What was the one? Hold on. Yeah, Inside Out. I mean, Inside Out was good, the first one. Then, what was the other one? They had a couple others that were pretty nice. Yeah. But the reason why, like, I sound like this is because of course, just like everybody else online, is what they did with Star Wars. Yeah. That's a whole topic in of itself. We wouldn't get to that here on the channel right here because, you know, it's kind of outside the scope of us. But we're just talking, we're just hanging out. But Coco, yeah, I didn't see. Wait a minute, is it Coco? Is Coco the one with the Day of the Dead thing with the skeletons and all that? Yeah, there was I didn't see Coco itself, but I think there was a bunch like that. Oh, Luca. Oh, was it Luca? The kind of what do you call it? The mer boy. That's the one I saw too. I didn't see Coco, the Day of the Dead stuff, but I saw Luca, the fish boy thing. Oh yeah, that one is good, man. Check that one out. Yeah, Luca is pretty good. I think there was they did like 1 or 2 others that was good, and then after that it's like not good. But anyways, I mean, they can't strike gold every movie, right? Anyways, like what they did with Star Wars, basically. You know, I'm gonna be one of those guys. Like they didn't really I knew something was wrong the way that they did. Okay, the way that they did Luke in the last Star Wars movie, what is it, The Last Jedi or some nonsense like that. I mean, just the title alone is stupid. But whatever, Last Jedi. Okay, let's go check it out. And they did Luke dirty. I remember in the cinema when I was watching it, I almost shouted out, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Like, I almost did that in the theater. And this was like, you know, of course, this was when the movie came out. Went to the theater, I was like, okay, so far they've been screwing around a little bit, but, you know, so far not too bad. But when I saw The Last Jedi and they show Luke drinking milk out of like some kind of sea thing, breast or something, and then he wiped his mouth, I was like, what is this? I mean, this is just stupid. This is just stupid. Like, what are they trying to prove? Like, men can't. I don't know what they're trying to prove, but whatever it is they're trying to prove, it just made for a bad movie. And I think my wife held me back. You know, I was about to say something. My wife was like, Nick, just be cool. At that time, guys, I was hanging on to my last bit of Star Wars dumb. I was a real Star Wars fanboy for a while, and I was holding on to it. And then after when that happened, and I didn't say anything in the movie theater, I almost said something or shouted out something, but I know like it wouldn't matter because Kathleen Kennedy and all the Disney execs, you know, of course they're not there. I'm just some dude in some random movie theater or whatever. But after that, like, I just let go of Star Wars. I just like, you know what? It's a good thing, you know? It feels good to let go of Star Wars, you know? It felt good. It's like, you know, not having a drink again or something, you know? Like, okay, you know, well, that's it, you know? Star Wars is no longer a cool thing to see, you know? Like, that's how I felt. I was like, I'm no longer a Star Wars fanboy anymore. I mean, as long as Disney had it, you know, I was like, it's like I was an addict, right? And then somebody gave me the cure by making Luke drink out of you know, like an alien, you know, titty or whatever it is, alien blue milk. The blue milk was from some creature. If like he was drunk, if like the blue milk was something that he was addicted to or something, like he looked like a crackhead. Post Kathleen Kennedy. Oh, okay. Like the blue milk was like drugs or something. That's what he looked like. It just looked weird, and I didn't know what they were trying to say there. Whatever. But anyways, yeah. So after that, you know, I repented, and I to the Lord for like being like a Star Wars junkie, and yeah, and that was it for me with Star Wars. You know, I mean, I still think the old Star Wars movies are cool. We still got those. And I think Star Wars as a concept is a cool thing. But I'm no longer like a Star Wars nerd, you know? Like, or if you want to call it that. I wouldn't say a Star Wars nerd, but I'm no longer like a super fanboy, you know? I wouldn't even call it a fanboy. I wouldn't call it a super fanboy. I'm just not as... I mean, I was stupid, right? I was protective of something that wasn't even mine, right? Star Wars is something that George Lucas made. It was his idea. It was cool and everybody liked it, and for a brief moment I felt it was like I felt like it was mine at a point, right? It's not mine's. I'm just some random dude or whatever it is, but it felt pretty cool, you know, to say like, yeah, I like Star Wars or whatever. I'm a Star Wars fan. But after the Last Jedi, I was like, you know what, you know, I can make my own thing, you know. I don't need to get, you know, my stories and coolness from like somebody else, you know. At that point, that's what I resolved, and I'm glad I didn't say anything in the movie theater, because people would have been like, man, that guy's a real Star Wars mega fan or something. I don't know. They probably would have escorted me out of the movie theater. Oh man. I held my peace even though I was seeing Luke drink out of a alien boob. I think that's part of the thing that got me pissed off about it. Like, why go to that length to like humiliate the guy, you know? And if I was Mark Hamill, I'd have probably like walked off the movie set or something. But he probably got paid a good nice chunk of change for that. But I don't know why Mark Hamill went. I think Mark Hamill went along thinking that maybe they'll make it work later, you know. But even Mark Hamill was like, dude, like, I think Mark Hamill said, like, you know, he's not sure where they were going with it, but he was just doing his job or something as an actor or something. Blue screen and all, that's right. Yeah, that's right, because that thing didn't exist, yeah. Man, wouldn't that suck? Imagine if they tell Mark Hamill to drink drink the blue milk and have it drip down his beard and stuff, and act all like, you know, if like he's drinking vodka or something, you know, just act drunk or whatever, you know, act if like, you know, And he's like, why do you want me to do that? And trust us, it's gonna look cool. And then after they put the alien with the big boob in there, and he probably like, what is this? Oh boy. Anyways, yeah. So I'm no longer a Star Wars mega fan like I used to be, which is a good thing, right? We all gotta grow up. It's all good. They did us a favor. Well, they did me a favor. And I think at that point in time, I decided to do Soul 3000, my own story, right? That's what you're supposed to do when you're a grown man. Do your own stories. The closest I've ever gotten to like doing anything Blender wise was anything like with the Blender developers was when they were like updating Blender to the new system, right? So remember we were talking about in the last stream Blender, some of the older versions of Blender that we started with, right? Some of us started with the older versions of Blender, guys. And when they were updating Blender to like the new system, the new what they call the new mesh system, because before what happened in Blender, right, is that when you're editing a mesh, you could not make an n-gon, right? So an n-gon is a polygon with more than 4 sides, right? So you couldn't do that. Blender used to only like things as a matter of fact, Blender used to only like triangles, and then they somehow worked out where you could see quads, also. So you only could see three-sided polygons or 4-sided polygons, right? So you could see tris and you could see quads in the old versions of Blender, right? And when they started to update Blender to the new system and the new interface, I think that's Blender 2 point whatever it was. 2.6 or 5. I think it was 2.5. 2.5 is when they started to do the new stuff, right? They was reworking the mesh system, and they had this guy who was helping them make the new mesh editing system for Blender. And it was called, and the name of the mesh system is called bmesh, right? I think you could still see bmesh in the Python. If you go into Python and you're doing Python scripts, you call bmesh in Blender, right? I think it's still like that. So the guy, I forgot the name of the guy. Oh my gosh, I forgot. Yeah, he was building bmesh for like ton on those guys. And I used to follow the bmesh blog because I really wanted the mesh editing system. I was hoping that the mesh editing system would be more like 3D Studio Max or Maya or anything like that at the time. And what ended up happening is that it ended up becoming way better than all that. And the guy who was developing bmesh, he asked me, he was like, he was asking people out there if there's people that use other software like Max and Maya and stuff. And I was like, yeah, I use Max. So so I would be on the blog there and I'll give suggestions about, stuff or whatever it is. I mean, I don't know if you took any suggestions, but of like how Max does its, how it feels like to edit meshes in Max and all that, how to model in Max. So that was interesting. That's the closest I've come to like being a participant in anything Blender related. I was just kind of like an onlooker, a fan of this thing that this guy was building and blogging about. And it ended up becoming part of basically that's part of Blender right now, right? The new mesh system. And for my participation. I think I did donate because he was asking for donations to help him. Because I think Ton and those guys was helping him. But, you know, it was all open source and some of it was for free. So he was asking the community to reach out and kind of help him. And I did, you know, donate a little bit there. And for my donation, he sent me a jersey. And I think I actually took a picture. I actually have I don't know where the jersey is anymore. I think it ended up, I don't know, I don't even know where that my B-Mesh jersey is. I have to ask my wife, like, you know, like, did you see that jersey I used to have that had B-Mesh on it? But I think I have a picture somewhere with me wearing the jersey that says B-Mesh on it. I'm gonna look to see if I could find that somewhere in my drive. I mean, I definitely have the picture somewhere. B-Mesh. Just take a look. Oh, I found it, guys. I actually have a picture of myself wearing the B-Mesh jersey. Do you guys want to see it? Okay, well, you guys already know what I look like. So, check this out. This is me wearing the B-Mesh jersey. What the? I clicked on the wrong thing. Hold on, guys. Hold on. B-Mesh. So I only say that because my next question is Spencer Magnuson. You mentioned that you were in like a Blender conference. You went to the what's BCon it's called? I think that's the coolest thing ever. What was your experience like there? I don't think I ever got close to like Ton or any of those guys, but that's what I'm about to show is the closest I've gotten was to get a jersey for doing some donations for the new mesh system in Blender. Oh, there it is. Okay, check it out, guys. This is me. I think my wife took the picture of me wearing B-Mesh. I don't even know where the jersey went to. I gotta look for the jersey. Do I have a watch on or something? And Ton was there? Yeah, in Francisco. Wow. I used to watch that is the one that I think it's Francisco does the kind of Blender thing on YouTube. I used to watch. I haven't watched that in a while. I used to watch that like all the time. Is it Francisco I'm thinking about? Pablo. Oh, okay. Pablo. My bad. Yes, Pablo. Yep. Yeah, the weekly videos. Yep. They stopped doing those. Oh, you got too busy. It was good while it lasted, man. I used to watch that like news, man. I used to watch that all the time. Yeah, he used to explain like new features and oh, it was so cool. I can't believe they stopped that. I mean, I guess there's only so much you can keep covering over and over, I guess. Do I dare even try to do a 1 hour dragon right now? I don't know. I was actually thinking about doing like a 1 hour architectural render, if such a thing is even possible. I could just extrude this part here. Let's just do that real quick. Gotta jump off. Oh no, family calls. Okay, yeah, cool. And thanks for stopping by. Yeah, take care of your family for sure, yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Spencer. See you later. Yeah, definitely. Okay guys, I had to put my AC on, so check this out. So let's see here. So I just laid down, we just laid down some you know, kind of retop, you know, some polygons for this boot of this character. I just have the soul part to do, and this is going to take like a little bit of more focus to get the soul part looking pretty good. And right now I kind of almost don't have that focus because, as I said, you know, like I'm a little bit tired from the day, so I'll do as much as I can here, and I'm gonna leave off the bottom of the shoe, which is the sole, you know, with all the grips and everything like that, for another time when I'm a little bit more alert to do something like that. And definitely if you have like any kind of project that you're working on, you know, kind of picking your battles is definitely the way to go. You know, sometimes you could just sit down and you could really model something intricate. Other times you just don't have the mind for it, you know, and you could probably do it, but you'll like be really forcing the point, and you could like probably miss some things that might be important with the model, or the way you might do it might be as good as if like you're completely alert and, you know, kind of having the right motivation and everything like that to do it. So I'm just gonna go here and just gonna update this here a bit. Okay, so I like doing that part like that. Yeah, I'll definitely leave the rest of this for another time when I'm a little bit more alert. I'm going to take a little break. We'll come back. Maybe we'll see where we go from here. We could stick to the format, as I said at the beginning of the stream. We're going to stick to the format, and we're going to have just a 1 hour freeform session. And I end up blasting through and showing maybe some copyrighted stuff, not sure, and you know, we'll see how it all works out, I guess. Okay guys, so I'll be right back. Yeah, all the lurkers, thanks for looking, and all those who dropped in to say hello, thank you, and we'll be right back, guys. Hey, okay guys, so what I'm gonna decide to do, I'm just gonna check some software out. So we're gonna check out a couple different software. We're gonna check their websites. We're gonna look what the ones I have installed, see what they're about, and that's what we're gonna do. So it's just gonna be a quick kind of software medley of different kinds of things and that kind of thing like that. Stuff that I've used, stuff that's available on Linux. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do, guys. So let's get right to it. This is gonna be fun, continuing to be freeform and fancy free. Okay, let's get right into that. Let's go. Okay, so this software here is 3D Code. 3D Code, you can do a lot of pretty cool things in here. You guys have seen me. So we're not gonna go to 1 hour dragon, so I'm gonna turn that off. I think I actually need some rest, but we just kind of browse through software and see what's up. Yeah, so this is neat. 3D Code is a pretty good program. You know, you guys seen me use it throughout the years here on the Exosonic show. You know, and I think I'll continue to use it. There's a new version out though that I think has really nice new features. Let's take a look at that new version. It's 3D Code. Let's go to the website. Believe it or not, guys, I do stuff like this from time to time. Between this and looking for new inspiration, looking up tutorials and trying to learn different things, that's kind of what I do. I keep practicing my art over and over and over again. My 3D art, I should say. Okay, so this is 3D Code's website. Code is an application. 3D Code is the application that has all the tools you need to take your 3D idea from a block of digital clay all the way to a production ready, fully textured, organic and hard surface model. Yeah, boy. Code 2024, make 3D faster. Oh, I must say that you do make 3D a whole lot faster in 3D Code. Let's check it out. This is what we're doing, guys. We're just checking stuff out. Oh, wait a minute. New light UI. I gotta get a new one. I was trying to save up, guys. Yeah, they have a new updated UI gizmo. That's great. Oh, man. Live Booleans. That's cool. Yeah. That has to be the single most powerful thing. That Booleans act like no big deal in 3D Code is really freeing. Of vector displacement alphas. Oh, that's so cool. Python scripting. So you could make Python scripts in 3D code now. That's so cool. Oh yeah. I'm digging the light interfaces. It almost feels like a little bit like Soft March. Wow, so you could put scripts. Link for Blender 4. That is so cool. You could still link to Blender 3, by the way. It's so cool that they have Blender 4 link in here. An AI chat assistant. You can do the rounded corners with a cut tool. Align vertices tool. That is so cool. Bridge tool. Nice. Wow, Smart Extrude. Smart Extrude just got a whole lot smarter. Wow, that is nuts. Can you do that with Smart Extrude right now? Whoa. Yeah, that's nice. Wow, I just saw some stuff with Smart Extrude there. So you can just click on that and it does the thing? So the smarter topo, Smart Extrude. Oh yeah, look at this, the whole options just for that. Really? Let's go new. Don't save. Let's click on poly modeling. So it brings us up to this mesh to nerves. That's interesting. I didn't know there was a thing for that. So if I select like these right here, and I click on smart, smart extrude, comes up with all these options. Free, normal, wow. Simple, multi-extrude, wow. I'm just gonna do that, and then is that free, normal, normal destination, simple, multi-extrude. Oh snap, look at that, there's a multi-extrude. I didn't even know that. Convex, whoa, whoa. Concave, what? You could do that in here? That's kinda nifty. Oh wow, press OK on that. Commit extrusion. What? Yeah, I saw him do some like rotate it. Let's, how do you, a twist? Is that it? Oh, what? So technically you could do that. Let's see here. Let's keep our wits about us. Concave. Senoid. Pyramid. Oh. We could twist it like that. Then we commit the extrusion. What? You could do like a drill bit like this. So just commit extrude, commit extrude, commit extrude. Or it's kind of making it smaller as it goes. Oh, wow. What? That video was informative. I am going to let's look at another program. Let's look at Side Effects Houdini. Let's take a look at that. Let's go back to the Wacom. I think I tried learning Houdini. Houdini is still a little bit something to get my head around. If I type Houdini, it comes up with Harry Houdini, of course, which is what the software is named after. But we just continue the software browsing adventure. What's new and download? Oh snap! Do they have a sneak peek? Oh. Wow. What? What? Ah, what? Wow. seeing this reminds me of we wanted to move some stuff along a spline in Blender. We'll go back to Blender and see if we could do that. Wow. Excuse me. Wow. Yeah, Houdini does really good clouds. That's amazing. Wow. Yeah, that's what they call bird feathers. Wow, really good. What? Man, that looks great. What? You could do some advanced stuff in Houdini. Wow. That is nuts. Stitching. What? Wow. That is crazy. Wow. They're compositing it. Wow. Is that a video? What? This is like the newest Houdini version, I think. Oh, that's so cool. What? That's a very impressive demo. Yeah, Houdini is definitely like the simulation, like out of all the off-the-shelf 3D software. I think like definitely for simulations, you know, 3D Code is definitely top-notch. League of Legends. This seems to be a big game now. I don't like the art style a whole lot, but it still looks pretty cool, you know? Nothing's wrong with that.
Savage TV is a full creative production and post-production house.
This guy literally almost looks like
creatives,
part like
photographers,
he's 3D rendered himself.
artists, and we are used to work on international campaigns from ideation to final delivery. We work with Riot Games a couple of times in the past, and every time that they come to us, we are really excited. When they come this time, it was to do a new music video for 6 characters of their franchise League of Legends, and they wanted a music video where the boys will bond through the concept of a heist. They left it up to Ernest, our director and creatives, to create the idea, a complete freedom to develop the idea on that concept. The other big point was the style. They wanted something completely new. They wanted the painterly look on the textures, but having the properties of the realistic lighting and shaders, and have control over the stylization of the final image.
So we knew we wanted a way to control and really art direct the way our renders looked beyond the traditional tools of lighting and shading inside of our render engine. We wanted to provide traditional artists, concept artists, a way to paint directly over the geometry. This tool basically is a way for a more traditional artist to interact directly with the render and be able to have it sample the colors and the shading and the lighting information of the render. So you're not really choosing the colors, you're just smudging and smearing a little bit and really giving that human imperfection to the perfect renders that sometimes CGI tends to be really clean, pristine, and sometimes a bit boring. We didn't want to lose the digital roots of our work. It's a digital project, and we were not trying to fake, watercolors or anything, but we wanted the human touch. And this tool gave us a way to achieve that in a very streamlined way, and making it in Houdini was quite easy and quite straightforward.
I'm not a Houdini artist. I do not come from using Houdini on my work. I do not use it. Not at all, but I had a concept of Houdini, but I was very intimidated by it. But this tool made it so I could understand how to, in a basic way, I could understand it better, and I found the motivation to learn a bit of Houdini, and I think that was a very fun way, an unexpected way for me to be interested in the program. And now I use it quite a lot. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, the beauty of this whole process was being able to create a tool with limited resources by a small team, and passing it on to an artist that comes from a different background other than Houdini, and watching the tool being used, and that artist giving the new power to create something different.
Approaching this program from this perspective was such a great experience. It was so handcrafted. It like taking a bit on this human touch for the final look of the film, and getting a tool that actually allowed us to do this was just very amazing to be a part of.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool. SIGGRAPH 2024. Join us in Denver. Okay. This thing here with the fluids, that's so cool. Keynotes. Let's see what the keynotes is about here.
Hi everybody. My name is Chris Hebert, and I'm very happy to welcome you to the Houdini tutorials in a variety.
Near real-time and possible performance. And that comes from two sources. One, we've written the whole thing in OpenCL, so you've got you have a choice to stay with Houdini in all the work that you do. Building native nodes in Houdini, SOPs and TOPs, taking advantage of.
PM solver. So you set up your sources, your collisions, and so on, in their own sort of nodes that then I'll plug into the solver itself. So in this case, we have this rock collider, and we have our flip here as the input, and we're going to basically use one of our preset material models to turn them into particles, and simulate this as kind of a let's say a granular sort of approach here. So we're going to walk through a quick setup and then go ahead and hit play. And this video is sped up slightly, but you can see that we are caching this live. So this is more or less the performance that you're getting out of this NPM solver. Then we'll quickly change our material preset to this Jello preset, and now we get this totally different result. So again, the goal here is to create like a bunch of different types of materials and then simulate them in as realistic way as possible. But again, as was mentioned, it is sort of a multi-physics solver, so these things interact with each other. It's not just a either or. So, in this example, we have sort of mud, rocks, fluids, all in a single simulation. So there's no caching of one thing and then resimulating. It all happens in the same space, which of course gives you this really nice interaction where the mud and the water and the rocks all play off each other to give you this really sort of believable interaction between all these things.
Wow.
So here's a slightly more complicated setup as an example here, again kind of emulating what we just saw in that final render. And it's in a lot of ways typical sort of Houdini work of setting up volume sources, setting up your containers and so on, but it's very familiar to anybody who's used to our other tools. Now this actually is cached out here, but if we go ahead and use this recipes, that will
switch here, that's live. It is really that fast unit to prepare your skeleton with like just a few names on it beforehand.
Wow.
And they tell the rig what to build where. So let's see one of those examples first of all in action, what it means. So we start with our tagged skeleton, set up a bunch of tags, and now we're layering on our components. So we see in the blue box, something starts to move, and we're adding now stuff. We're adding more controls, we're adding now a spline, we're adding IK, and you see you have one node for IK, and it's apparently doing it for everything in one go. So just a few nodes, character is fully rigged, ready for you to use. So how does the IK now actually know where to apply itself? How does that work? That brings us to attrib adjust array, our new node. You just select a few nodes, call them machine, and we do exactly the same. We're using our auto rig components because they're very generic. So we just create a few controls. We apply a lookat functionality for our pistons. And now we're getting to a point where it's actually very interesting because those upper and lower gearings have like a very specific functionality that is very clearly not just a simple IK. I need to do something very specific to get that logic working. And you can actually see it here even a bit clearer if you look at the heart of it. Isn't it wonderful? So you see that collision up there happening. And that is, of course, a very specific motion. That is not just IK. So what do we do? How do we solve this? Or what other cases do we even have having a similar problem? Here we have our little 8-legged friend. And of course, nobody wants to animate all those 8 legs over the terrain. So you want to have a helper functionality for your animator to, well, you still want to get the legs first of all set up, but you do want to add something specific extra to help you a little bit. Something custom, very much designed for your spider. So remember, with Houdini 20, we introduced the concept that you could build your own component scripts with nodes. With 20.5, we have something else in petto, and we can come now to this. So, having a look at our spider, we start with everything that we've already seen. We start with tags, and we get the IK pretty much out of the box from this. Great. 8 legs, all set up. Great. But if I now move my main control, yeah, of course, the spider isn't moving, right? So we want to find a solution for that. And first of all, look at those ramps. They define the animation curve. What I need to do now is to tell each leg when to apply which part of the animation at which point. So we need to insert something. Look at that snippet. That snippet, that little code snippet, is now part of our auto rig nodes. And you see, I could just interact with it. I just commented something out. The whole functionality changes instantly. And if you look really closely, you might think, yeah, it kind of looks like Python, right? It does look a lot like Python. It feels like Python, but it isn't Python. Python always just operates on your rig, but it never is your rig. That is simply not possible. Apex Script can be exactly that, because Apex Script is nothing but a code interface, a Python code interface. So we want to find good generic solutions that help us here. This is a combination of
animation.
The pose blend, and that pose blend, again, is available for any rig that you're building, together with groom blend shapes. And you can get like a very nice non-linear transition that the animator has even very good fine control in dialing those motions in. And again, it's a groom blend shape. You can have a blend shape for all kinds of things. You can have a blend shape for puffing, maybe for a more ruffled up look. You can be very creative in that, and you can talk back and forth with your character effects artist, setting it up, getting it much closer to animation when you're working it, and simply closing actually those iteration cycles much more between character effects and animation. Now that we're happy with our creature, we of course want to render it eventually. You can take the feather surfaces that we are getting as a result from the animation right away, go to rendering, be happy with that. That is completely fine. Feather surfaces are very lightweight. Or you post-process them, as we did here. So we have a TED volume mesh. We're constraining it to these big colored feathers. And we also constrain the root directly to the skin. And then we get a very nice volume-preserving simulation on top for these like subtle, contained secondary motions. And with that, again, we're just getting those surfaces out. We can go to rendering and get our toucan right into nature where it lives and is happy. And of course, we are good to go. So now that we of course saw that we have so much control over feather setups, we also want to bring the bird eventually into the air and animate it. And to see what we can do there, I'm going to invite my colleague.
Seeing the ticks, seeing how we're on. We can also, if we want to just focus on one small area of it, we can limit the number of frames before or after, just having a easier motion path to look at, or we can take a look at the whole thing. Now, if I move these around, we were all happy with the spacing and the arcs. What we can see here is that the ball is actually intersecting through the hand quite a bit. So we can take a look at our new transient constraints and how to remedy this. And so our transient constraints are essentially a way to, and so now it's not going with the hand. But if I go back into that bookmark area, it's the position stiffness and the orientation stiffness. And so as we look it through, she's falling to the ground. Now we can just set a key on both of them, set a value of 10 on position stiffness, set a value of 10 on orientation stiffness as well. You can start baking that out to a new ragdoll layer. And that's just what I've done here. So I'll turn on Metal Electra.
to one where she kind of gets knocked out and falls right down, to one where I really accentuated the speed of the cube so that we now accent that punch a lot more and she does a flip right over. So it's really quick to be able to not have to change a whole bunch of animation, use something simple, and just set a couple of keys to get a lot of...
PK come up and information panel, the one you all sort of work with if you're using Houdini. We now have revamped it visually, and we've also added the ability to add game engine, but we're also not just focusing Copernicus, which is that we can use the UV transform directly pushed in sort of a random direction. And so you can see here a large number of nodes that already exist in this suite of...
Okay guys, wow. Houdini is nuts, and this is like just their, you know, their thing, and you know, like all the new stuff that they have in Houdini. Now Houdini, I have Apprentice, I believe, but I don't know how to do anything in Houdini. You know, doing stuff in Houdini is a little bit tricky. You gotta really kind of know what you're doing. Oh. Okay, here it is, Apprentice. That's the learning edition that I have. So cool that they made it available on Linux also. Let's see. Yep. Don't know how to do anything. You could go geometry. I think you could go primitive and have geometry right here. Primitive. You could like add a box or something. You see, it'll make a box. I think there's even like an edit, like a geometry edit or something like that. You could come here and just edit stuff. So we select that guy. Click that. Primitives, edges. Primitives is like faces in Houdini. Yeah, like that. You can select faces. Right click on that. See. So Houdini is different than if you want to model, like go to top modeling. I mean, Blender is the way to go. If you want to do like really strong animations, simulations especially, I think that's what Houdini is mostly for. Yup. Once I opened it up, guys, looking at it, okay, it looks pretty cool, and that's enough. Okay, I'm going to go over to Blender, and I'm going to see if I can get that thing to work in Blender. So let's go in Blender 4. Is there a new version of Blender out other than Blender 4.1? Let's take a look. No, Blender Flow 1 is still the newest. Okay, they're going to like 4.2 with long-term support. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, they're trying to like really get it down and kind of fix all the bugs and everything like that. That's very cool. Okay, so first thing is first. We're here in Blender. I'm going to make a curve, a NURB circle. No, not a NURB circle. Actually, a circle curve like that. Then I'm going to make a cylinder. A mesh cylinder. I want to scale. Maybe scaling the cylinder is what messed it up last time. So I'm just gonna right click, right. Let's not mess with the cylinder as yet. Let's scale the circle. Let's attach this cylinder to that circle. So the way we're gonna do that, we're gonna use curve deform. Deform curve. I'm gonna select this curve right here. Wow, it just moved it right over. But I think it's deforming it the wrong way. Let's try Y. Nope. Z. That's a lot better. Okay, let's press tab. I'm gonna scale this so it's long this way, skinny. Let's see if we could subdivide this guy. Right click. Zoom in. Yep, scroll that up. I think that's more than enough. Press tab, go back here. Ah, look, this is what I wanted all along. I don't know why I couldn't do that at first. Shade smooth. Let's do by angle. Okay, so far this is working. You just gotta, you can't like be moving things around too much. I think that was my fault. So look at the business circle. I'll go grab one up. Select the one, grab down. Let's grab Y, X. I'm gonna move this here and grab X. Hold on guys. Let's leave this like this for now, and then in order to move this along we need like a constraint, right? Come here, go constraint, follow path, select this. Wow, it just completely throws that off. Along the Z, which is kind of probably what we want. Zero. Follow curve. I mean, it's rotating, but it's not doing anything based upon... Yeah, it's not moving this. Animate path. Path is already animated. That's interesting. See, it moves like this though. Oh. We're gonna figure it. We're gonna figure this out, guys. So the X, which makes sense, it would move along the X or the Y. That's really odd. I'm not understanding why is it making such a big deal with this. Okay, let's see if we could play around with some of this. So I don't get it. It's like it's acting really strange. Huh. I'm gonna look this up. So all it needs is the follow path constraint? Okay, if we get rid of that. It's kind of like I wanted to follow and deform to the part. Not just to follow the path, it has to deform too. Oh my. I'm seeing some complex it can't be that complex. Hey yo, Mason, what's up? Yeah, no, I'm trying to do that curve thing in Blender. I just kind of coming up with some things here in Blender that's really a little bit concerning. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have an idea. Now that you mentioned it, let's do this. I think I have an idea. I think I have to make two objects. I think I have to make this, and I think I have to do that. I have to make this, and I think I have to parent this to this. So let's go parent that to that. Okay, to object. So let's see. Because I was trying to like get it all working, and it wouldn't work, and you know, it wouldn't work like how Max would do it, and I just like it always bugged me from when I was trying to show you guys. So I'm trying to get it to work. So now I think I may have found something. So if I do this, put a constraint on this though. So this goes follow path. We're gonna choose this. Right. So yeah. So this is following the path perfectly. Now we should get this to conform to the path. Let's see if that works. So here, what I did yesterday, or what I was trying to do yesterday, I think I was trying to show you guys like a simple animation. One of the first animations I ever did in 3D ever, you know, and you know, I wasn't able to get it quite well, but I think I may have. Let's see. Oops. Okay. Okay. That still doesn't work. Let's see, deform. We had a weird bug yesterday. You got it fixed? Yeah. What was the bug anyways? I mean, if you know, you don't have to tell me, but I just was wondering. Okay, so this is up axis thing. Going along the Y. Yo, you sent me a video? Okay, I'm going to check it right now. Mason, check it. Ooh. Okay, you're animating it right now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but you fixed it, right? Yeah, that was pretty weird. I think it's probably like, you know what it could have been like, I think when you rotate in world view, but like but these things was in local somehow. Yeah, that was weird. But I'm glad you fixed it though. Yeah, that happens in Blender from time to time. It's like the difference between being in local mode versus global mode or something. So I think like you're in local mode here, but this rotation could be in global or something like that. Yeah, that's great that you fixed it. Nah, I'm not gonna ask you how. But just you rotating and from past experience, that's what it looked like. Like you rotate here in local mode up here, but then this here is in global or something. Yeah, but I'm glad you fixed it though. Oh man, yeah. However we got there, it's cool. Magic. Like I'm trying to solve this piece of crap right now. Yeah, whatever. You know, it's all good, man. I'm happy you fixed it. This is stupid, man. Like, I should be able to move this thing from one point to the next, and it's not doing it. Look, it's doing it now by me moving. I had a mind this would have been it, like just moving this, and it works. Ugh. But that's bizarre though. Look at that. I think I know why it's working like that. It's working like that because it's facing in the Z. What have I done with it so far? Get rid of this thing here. Yeah, that's how you do that in here. That's a little bizarre, guys, but whatever. That's how Blender wants to do it. We're gonna stick with that. Okay. So basically, what I'm trying to do is to get this to conform to this, and rotate this. So once you conform it, if you move it in whatever direction that is created, it's going to think. So like, let's see here. This is the original direction it's created in. If I rotate this, rotate X 9 X. Just bring this to the middle here. Something like that. Okay. So now you go along the Y. It'll be like this. So now if I move this guy in the Y direction. Oh. Wait a minute. Still screwed. I messed it up. Global Y. If I move him in a global Y, this will go around. This was the first set of animations I ever did in Blender. And in Blender, sorry, in 3D Studio Max. This is the first 3D animation I ever did. Was in Max, it's a little bit different, but Blender is a little more hands-on. So let me see. So let's go 100 to 100 frames. So minus. Come back to what, 20? Let's go 20. Let's do an insert. What's the location? Oh, it's a little more than 20. Let's see, run that. This was the first thing I ever. This is the first thing I ever animated on a. But it was an It was infinity though. It wasn't just like Let's see if we could fix that. Good thing about this, you should be able to play with the vertices while it's rotating, which is kind of fun. Yep. Yes, that's kind of what I did. It still looks cool today. Something this something this simple. Oh man. Yeah, that's the first animation I ever did in 3D ever in my life. And I was rotating around it. My boss was like, holy snap. This is like back in the early 2000s. Actually, it was in the 90s. In the 90s, I did something like this and I was rotating around it and my boss was like, holy snap. He's like, we gotta use this. And I forgot I made a bunch of them for like some kind of background for an ad or some kind of thing. Something like he was just so intrigued by this. He looked at this and he's like, and I was rotating around it the same way. I was rotating around it like this. And he's like, Nick, that is mesmerizing. Like he just couldn't believe it. So then after that, if we duplicate this, right, this is mesmerizing stuff. Yep, let's get 2, 3. Oh, it starts to go. Oh, you see that one starts to go off. Ah. But yeah, actually you need like some kind of node that to lock it in. So you need like a axis in the middle. You need to drop these in that node. Yep. So you drop these in that node. And then what you do is you then duplicate this, right, and then take the node itself and move it around. The blend is so weird. And you could do all kinds of stuff with the node. Let's make 3 of them. You could even rotate this. So cool. Stop it for a minute. Rotate this one. I don't think that. Rotate that. Let's go. Oh man, Okay. Okay, that's enough, guys. That's enough. Looks like the flight, the path that flies fly. Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. I remember we did there was a thing called the Y2K bug back in 2000. Everybody was afraid that the Y2K bug is going to shut down all the computers in the world or screw things up in your bank or something like that. So like in our little island of Trinidad, we were like, hey, it's 1999, the Y2K bug is coming up. Let's make a little cartoon character called the Y2K bug. And they was going to put him, the TV station was going to put him on all on the news and all that sort of stuff. Like him, like the little bug flying around. That would have been funny, man. But I didn't have the 3D skills to do it. Like now I could do it. I didn't have the 3D skills to do an animated character. You know, they got another production place to do the Y2K bug, and they made a simple bug out of parts, they made a bug out of simple cylinders and shapes and stuff. And after that, they rendered the bug with a green background so we could key it out and move the bug around. But I felt so bad I couldn't do it, but you know, I was still learning how to do 3D. So when I did the animated Pepper, that was like a big leap in technology. In our little island. I could probably do that bug in like 2 seconds now. If it's just a shapes bug, you know? Because basically, like, I mean, to think about it now, if I had to do it over again, like say, hey, we gotta make the bug, blah, 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 blah. Right? I think what I would have done is this. I would have just come with a sphere. You know, let's make a sphere for a head. And then duplicate that sphere. And then we get some eyes. I probably didn't want the body, right? So you gotta make the body. What do they call that? The thorax or something? And then make this smaller for like the actual body. Okay, we're going back to it's still not for all this cavity stuff. We're going back to 2000 graphics. That's what we're doing. That's a little abdomen and thorax. And then let's make the little head. Oops. This little body there. Let's scale this a little bit so it's not so thing. That's a big butt. Let's make the head. They'll be like, oh, that head looks great, just rotate it. That's what it would have been like. So let's do that. Rotate. Ah, look at the head there already. Oh, it's already looking buggy. Let's make the eyes. If I had do this back then, this would have been, they would have been more than happy with this. I just didn't have the command of stuff, you know, to do something like this. Let's do the eyes. Look at that. Why didn't I just do this back in the day? Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm doing, making a Y2K bug now. Look at that. Why didn't I just do this? Like, look how easy I'm doing this. Oh my gosh. Opportunity missed, guys. I just wasn't confident enough, you know, like my abilities there, you know, like I don't know what it was. I could have done a shapes bug like this. That would have been more than enough. Those guys would have been happy. Let's make his little arms. Let's stick a cylinder, skinny it up. you know what? Blender is very fast. You know, Max has a lot of like things you have to parameters and dials and stuff. In Blender, you know, you do this in like 2 seconds and you're done. You know, you can even, you know, we didn't even have random color like to the viewport like that, but okay. And for the let's make another sphere. Oh, not that. Let's make another sphere for the. Well, let's go UV sphere. Let's scale that down. I can't believe how easy I'm doing this now. Technology has advanced. Let's do one more limb. Let's just merge this here. I'm gonna check this out. Parent this to this, right? This is how I would have done it. It's not technically the right way, but this is how I would have done it back then. Parent that to that. Control P. Object. Is this parent to that? Yep. Then parent this to this. This is how I would have done it. It's not the right way at all. It's actually the wrong way. But this is the way that old Nick would have done it back then. Let's see. I didn't even know about local and global rotations. Like, I didn't even know about that stuff back then. Like, I would have just left it as like however it rotated, and that's why I couldn't do like animations properly back then, because like, you know, it was hard. Like, I didn't really understand that stuff. I mean, I still barely get it now. Oh. Okay, I select these. This is a whole thing going on here. Yeah. So I'm gonna select that, duplicate that. Man, if I did this, I would have probably gotten a raise or something. Or maybe not. I don't know. This would have been hot, man. I'd have been set forever. I'd have been known as a 3D guru of like, I don't know, of something, I don't know. Look at that. And let's take this here. Well, let's parent that to that. Yeah, boy. That's the center right there. Let's parent this butt thing to that. So, kicking it old school. Scale this. Make the eyes. Boinks. Make the eyes more like that. Yeah, parent these things to the head. And then parent the head to this body. Let's mirror these legs. Center that. Mirror, and then I'm gonna Control M and then X. Oh! Hold on, not local. We want to do it in global. Oh, and we want to do it around the 3D cursor. Yep. There you go. Let's see if these still rotate properly. It's a local bounding box. Yeah, Blender keeps the relations. That's so cool. Man. Dude, if I did this, man, I would have been set. Okay, let's do the wings. I think I knew that. I just had to do a bunch of spheres and I would have been good. Oh boy. Can't cry over spilled milk. Let's use the butt for a wing. That's probably what I would have done. Why didn't I just do this? I could have done this in Max. Oh my gosh. Yes. And the Y2K tree bug comes. Yes, exactly. Man. Do you have a time machine? If you had a time machine, man, you'd be like, you wouldn't be probably talking to me right now. You'd be like the richest man. And I mean, you'd probably go back into time yourself and change up a ton of stuff. Let's see here. But this is the one thing. Well, it had soft selection in Max too. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh man. I wonder if I could get in contact with like my old boss and then show him this and then like give me like a retroactive raise or something. He's like, dude, like he'd probably be like, dude, what are you? It's like, what are you talking about? He's like, look at me like I'm crazy. Probably be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember Jack. That was like 20 plus years ago. Or something like that. Yeah, this is how totally I would have done it. Let's parent that to that. object, right? And this is the main object. Yep. And then let's go local and let's just rotate this out. Look how I have the wings now, man. Come on. And I remember for some reason, I don't know why. For some reason, wings was a big deal. I don't know why. I don't know why wings were a big deal. But for some reason back then, they were a big deal. Rotate the butt down a bit. Let's make the butt a little bit smaller. It's too big. Alright. There you go. Okay, almost done with this thing. Let's just mirror the finals. I haven't even saved. I'm gonna save this. Boom. Mirror that. Yeah. I probably would want the eyes to be smaller. In fact, so let's do this. Let's do that, and let's go individual origins. Scale that. Okay. Bring it out. Let's move this aside. Scale that. Wow. Huh. What? Alright guys, that's enough of me screwing around. Hey, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Let's call that a stream. Well, hopefully, God willing, tomorrow I'll be able to come on here and we'll probably have a hangout stream. This is kind of a little bit of more of a hangout kind of stream. And just, as I said, you know, I wanted to go along with the formats, but I'm very tired. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. God bless. Take it easy. We looked at we did a couple productive things, right? So I actually you know, got the superhero boots done to a point, and we're gonna finish that off. I actually jumped in here. We did a shapes character, which is pretty interesting. I mean, who doesn't love that, you know? Little shapes guy right here. Yeah, you got a little shapes guy happening here. It's pretty fun doing stuff like this. And yeah, so that's it. I'll see you guys in a little bit. God bless. Take it easy. And remember to keep having fun, you know, doing your different things, you know, that, you know, using your talents and stuff like that. Okay guys, take it easy. God bless. Bye bye. Also, I want to shout out Spencer Magnuson. I want to shout out Mesem, of course. I want to shout out King Demuli and everyone else that lurked and checked me out. You know, I know that the conversations went kind of all over the place, but yeah, that's what you get sometimes. Okay, take it easy. Bye bye.